Hello, how's it going, everyone? Hope you're all well. Hang on, I'm fixing stuff. Because of course I gotta fix stuff. There we go. All right, let me just advert. Um, um, I should have planned out what this advert was ahead of time. Um, Oops, hit the wrong button. Alrighty, there we go. Everything's going. Okay, so I got something a little special today, and I'm gonna preface this with a little bit of information about myself. Um, as no big surprise, I play a lot of games. I'm I'm a bit of a gamer, as people say. Um, I've had a Game Boy Color since the earliest I can remember, and I played Pokemon Red on that. Like I've been around the block, like the original Pokemon Red, right? Anyway, um, so I was dicking around on my day off the other day, and I came across a couple videos that the developer for the original Fallout games, Timothy Kane, right? He has a couple videos that kind of baffled me a little bit. On his channel, he talks about other cool things and things like that. I'm probably gonna start watching those other things, but I saw these two videos that really kind of broke my brain in a way because it just I don't know, something about them just I couldn't let it slide, and I just want to talk about it because it's weird, I guess you could say. Maybe not weird. It's it's hard for me to understand it. I don't get it, and I just want to talk about it because I I don't know, something about it just I just want to talk about it because it's, yeah, simple as. Let me flip over. There we go. And let me get my, oops, hang on. Let me get my stuff up again. And I did pull up Tim Kane's, Wikipedia just to see kind of like what his credentials were and things like that. Just because I knew he'd made the original Fallout, but I wasn't sure what else he made, right? And he made a lot of, at the time, very impressive games. And he's even recently made some pretty good stuff, right? He made the original Fallout 1 and 2. He made Arcanum, which is another pretty good RPG people consider. He also made South Park in this, or helped work on South Park and the Stick of Truth and WildStar. You know, like a lot of pretty good RPGs people consider, right? He also worked on Pillars of Eternity, Tyranny, Outer Worlds. Again, more stuff people consider to be pretty good or decent RPGs by their own merits. So I when I saw these videos, I kind of just I couldn't wrap him around my why he had these ideas. So I want to talk about it, and yeah. So we'll start with the first video here, called "Do Devs Know What Gamers Want?" And I'll be pausing intermittently as the commentary style dictates. And yeah, I want to try to sit down and process and kind of think it through on why he would think these things. Because on initial viewing, I kind of, I'll admit, I skimmed through it a bit, and it kind of just I didn't get it. But I'm gonna sit down and try to figure it out.
Hi everyone, it's me, Tim. Today I want to talk about, do devs know what gamers want?
And before he starts going into it, I do want to mention, like, I do imagine that on some extent devs should get an idea or have an idea on what gamers expect, because they've been doing it for a while, so they know what works, what doesn't work, right? So it's they should have an extent, like maybe not perfect knowledge, right? But you know, if they're making an RPG, they know that you know um choices matter, you know. If it's something more mechanically based, kind of like a Dark Souls or things like that, different variety of builds and options for builds, things like that, right? Something, if we're talking about a shooter, then it'd be down to the mechanical feeling of the game, what makes it good in that aspect. If it's more, I guess you could say, classical style shooter, kind of like a Quake, then the movement would be right, things like that, right? They'd have an idea anyway on what should work, right? So, and then this is the part that baffles me, is what he says after this.
This video is a direct follow up to my video last week. Do gamers know what they like?
We're gonna watch that video after. I saw this one first, and this is the one that broke my brain. So I'm gonna start with this one.
Before I made that video, I just mentioned I was going to do it in a comment section almost 2 months ago. And Lyre Noir said, personally, I think do devs know what gamers want is even a better question. And you know what? They're right. So both that video, so I made that video and then I made this one pretty soon afterwards. Keep in mind, these were made back in November. Not even that late November, kind of mid-November. So I don't know what the comments were on that other one. and I have no idea what the comments are going to be on this one. But I think it's better that way because I want to give you the raw, unfiltered response to, do devs know what gamers want? And here it is. No. No, we don't know what you want. We have
How do you not know? Like genuinely, how do you not know? I have to like I mentioned earlier, like if you're depending on the type of game you're making, you know what makes a good game in that category. So, and that's what the gamers in that category would be looking for, right? I'm not wrong on this. I'm not wrong for thinking this, right? It's just I can't process why he thinks no. Anyway, I just had to put that in there, and it's and this guy's a veteran. Keep in mind, he's been making RPGs since 1997. That's when, actually no, he's been working on some before that. I forget what was the other ones before that. Shit, and I closed the web page for that. He's been he's been making them for a long. You know what? I'm gonna pop it open again real quick here. Timothy Kane. He's been making RPGs since 1991. I don't know what this Grand Slam bridge is. Let me look at that real quick. Grand Slam bridge video game. Uh, literally card game. Okay. So, barring the card game that he started with, what is Bard's Tale construct? Is this an RPG? Game creation system that allows for the creation of dungeon crawl video games based on Bard's Tale. It was developed by Interplay and distributed by EA. It was released for the Amiga and MS-DOS. Unlike other similar engines, it was not required to own Bard's Tale construction set. Oh, okay, so it's like a D&D, it's like a D&D builder type of game. Okay, so what about Rags to Riches Financial Market Simulator? Rags to Riches Market Simulator. The financial market simulator. So it's like a roller coaster sim, but business. Okay. So, and I'm pretty sure Stone Keep is actually an RPG game. Yeah. Okay, so Stone Keep, his first RPG game in 1995. And he was a programming consultant on it. Then he worked on Star Trek Fleet Academy. That's an RPG. Then Fallout, which everyone knows Fallout. Fallout 2, then Arcanum, Temple of Elemental Evil, which is a D&D based Fallout. Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines, he worked on that. South Park, The Stick of Truth, Wildstar, Pillars of Eternity, Tyranny, and The Outer Worlds. Pretty much all RPGs. So this guy should, by all merits, for RPGs, know what people want. You know? He's been at this for a really long time.
We have no idea, seriously, what you want. I almost did this as a short. I was just going to do a short and go, do devs know what gamers want? Nope. And then cut it off. You can stop here. If you want to know why it is we're so absolutely confused about what it is you want, keep watching.
You know what? I'm also gonna say this, considering how he's wording things. It's like he's trying to treat gamers, quote unquote, as a whole like person. That's just not gonna work. A big group, no matter what, is gonna have individual tastes even within the same thing, right? Like again, RPG. Some people like older Fallout to the newer Fallout. They're both RPG games. And this is just Fallout. Some people prefer fantasy over sci-fi. That again, that's just tastes and things like that. When you make your game, you need to cater to what you want to make. And trying to worry too much about the group, like any other group, is things are going to get muddled and weird. I'd almost argue you don't want to worry about what gamers want and just worry about making a good game. And that's the thing that this whole discussion bothers me about. But anyway,
Because I know some of you are like, it's stupid. We know what you should know what we want. We don't. Here's the longer answer. And it's all kind of can be summed up as because you don't know either. But you got to remember, I'm saying
I know what I like. I do know what I like in RPGs. I like making choices. I like mechanical builds. The problem with me is I like a wide variety of things. You know, like it. But the thing is, the things I like aren't entirely compatible with each other because some of it conflicts. You know, if you want a game about choices to matter more, then you're not going to worry about, mechanical building of a character as much because a lot of those things aren't compatible. There's exceptions, of course, but for the most part, like Kingdom Come Deliverance is almost an exception to this the way games are made, right? And I just played through all that, and it had choices that mattered, and a bit of build crafting for your characters, so then you can make them how you want. Although ultimately, when you're thinking about it in a min-maxy type of way, there's only really one way to build a character because there's max stats and things like that. So it's a moot point. Anyway,
collective view. I wish English had the collective view. Southern English does. Y'all don't know what you want. Let me dive into that. This is a deep dive on why y'all don't even know what you want, which is why
I don't care about the group. I care about finding games I like. Why are you thinking of the group? You should be making a game you like. I don't get this at all.
why we don't know what to give you. First off, many of you only tell developers what you hate.
Then don't make it. If I don't like vibrant colors in dark settings, then don't put like that's again, some of this stuff is going to boil down to taste, and everyone has different tastes. So again, why does this stuff matter? The problem is you're trying to think of the group being the dominant force, but you're catering to individuals. I don't get this line of thought. At all. You should be making a game that people will like, not trying to make a game a group likes, because when you try to cater to a group, things don't work. Again, we're talking in circles.
Great. You said what it is you don't want, but what is it you want?
I I can stop after everything he says and just say, stop catering to the group. Honestly. A group doesn't have taste. If that makes any sense. It's a group. It's like me saying, hey, this business likes making money. Yeah, of course, it's a business. The people inside may have different opinions, like how to use the business or how to operate to make more money. It again, it's
I have an entire video on how to give good feedback, and I'll link it below. But I can just say, when you keep saying, I hate this in games, I hate this feature, I hate these kind of characters and all that, great. What kind of characters do you want? If you hate sarcastic characters,
that's a taste. Why would you worry about someone's taste? Make characters that are written well. I love sarcastic characters. I love Dante. But he's written well. A lot of modern sarcastic characters aren't written well because they don't have any redeeming factors. It's again one of those things. It's a taste. Just write good characters, whether they're sarcastic, whether they're brutish, whether they're like, oh my god, I can't even. And that's such a narrow taste, you know. You just because some people don't like sarcastic characters doesn't mean other people don't. How how do you how This is the thing that breaks my brain. Like I said earlier, I don't get it. I don't. Oh my god.
well, guess what? There's an entire realm of non sarcastic characters. But what is it you want? Do you want funny?
Exactly. There's a whole bunch of different things you can make, but some people may not like the stoic type. Some people may not like the the joke characters. Some people may not like it's I could flip it on its head and it's the whole same argument again. You're looking at the wrong arguments, Tim. You're not again, just make a game you think is right for the setting with the characters that are believable, that are written well. If it's, a narrative focused game, because not all games are narrative focused. There's other games that I've even played on the stream that is just have fun, like Pseudo Regalia, just parkour platformy stuff. Like there's so little narrative in that. Like at the end of it, you figure out, oh, hey, it's some kind of dream, and you're kind of like knights, right? Like the furry knights equivalent, right? But it's going through it. You don't really get much of anything, and the little guys you talk to, they give you, they talk about the area and have some weird talks, so that just kind of leans into the dream idea. Like it's nothing is like a huge narrative or anything. That's it. Maybe you can think of the, beating the final boss as beating the dream's insecurity or whatever, right? But like, again, this is just me pulling at straws off of what I've played for Pseudo Regalia. So it's one of those things that's just like, Just make a fun game, and if it relies on narrative, write it well. That's it. Like, is that a controversial thing to say? I don't think so.
Funny characters? Do you want serious characters? Do you want characters with a lot of background? Do you characters that with very little, that you don't want to spend a time in a wall of text dialogue?
All these stuff is individual tastes. You're not going to get that from a group. That's like going that's like that's like the meme, like who wants funny characters and who wants to make them, you know, at the podium or whatever, right? Like I don't get this.
Dialogue. What do you want? That's why you have to tell us what you want and not what you don't want. But wait, there's more. Even when you say what you want, you're often extraordinarily vague. You will say,
Yeah. You're the creative. Make something that fits your setting. If you make a first person RPG that's all around shooting and some choices, right? I'm going to tell you, make the shooting better. If it's with fantastical guns, then make them more showy. If they're more realistic guns, then make the active shooting tighter, like more like cyberpunk, right? It depends on the game you're making. I don't know what game you're making. Like, am I wrong for thinking this? And then once the game comes out and it's got these mixed tones because it just throws whatever it wants into a pot, I don't know what you wanted to make the game. So I could just say, hey, your shooting sucks. It could go one of either way. You could have went with a more realistic shooting aspects, you know, have like a fucking SWAT simulator, or make it more outlandish like Ratchet and Clank. I don't know. It's these little things that I don't get. You're the it's it's like the artist doesn't know what people want when people came to them because they liked what they saw. And an artist's tastes change, so people are gonna move on when the tastes change. The taste, the taste changes. So it's one of those. I don't. How can you be so blind about this? You don't need to think 4D chess about this and think ahead and try to just make something you want to make that's fun, that works well, and is written well. That's what everyone wants. Bare bones. Ugh.
say, I want a better game. I want better AI. I want a better UI.
Yeah, better UI. That's easy. I don't want a fucking mobile game UI on a computer. How is that hard? Like Marvel's Rivals UI sucks for navigating the menus. There's buttons all over the place, and you gotta drag your mouse all over the place. It looks like a mobile game UI. That's what we mean. And what were the other things that he said?
You don't want. But wait, there's more. Even when you say what you want, you're often extraordinarily vague. You will say, I want a better game. I want better AI. I want a better UI.
Better AI. That's easy. If it's an RPG and there's a lot of combat, make the enemies make tactical decisions. If it's a shooter, make the enemies use cover. You know, maybe they aren't using cover and they're running in a straight line. If it's Pokemon, make them not mash the same useless moves over and over again. It's again. Or, in actually, you know what? Here's a good example too. Don't make them use the best move at any time at all times without exception. Because guess what? In Shin Megami Tensei, there's a boss that has a move that gives him more actions. In the original playtest or not in the original playtest, but the original release of the game, they didn't, code an exception for that. So it just mashed the move to make more moves to the point that GG, you suck. There was nothing you could do about this. Again, that's bad AI. And it's contextual based on your game. If you made the game, you should know what makes good and bad AI in your game. And then he also said, make a better game. Well, like that's useful to nobody. That's like saying make water better. How, like, okay, yeah, I could filter it. What else? Like, like, actually, no, that could work. Maybe the game's buggy as fuck, so you could say make the game better. Helldivers. People say make the game better and less buggy in that. You don't need to be specific. People can figure out what bugs are there. Again, it's a contextual thing. You just need to think a little bit. Sometimes it isn't that helpful, right? Saying things like, I don't know, oh, this wastes time, this thing, right? So it could be a part that sucks, or maybe it's a good part, but that person doesn't like it. You know? It uh I don't again, I don't get any of this. We're only 3 minutes in, and it's again all these little things he keeps saying. It doesn't make sense.
UI. Yeah, I'll just slide the better slider from okay to great on all of them.
You need to slide the better slider in your brain. You're not thinking. That's the problem. I think. It feels like he's not thinking. He doesn't want to think. He's made games for so long, he just feels like he should know. So he does what he thinks is right, even though times have changed and things and sensibilities have changed and things like that, and modernizations have happened, right? And he doesn't he feels like he's doing everything to the best of his ability, but he hasn't paid attention to how other games make their games better. I just slapped my table. So it's I think I finally get it. He doesn't want to learn anymore. That's his problem.
All of those. I have an entire video on why developers need context to your feedback.
You should have the context. You made the game. I'm sure there's parts of games that you've pushed out there where you've been like, I'm not sure about this, boss. And they push it out anyway, and then, it gets ripped to shreds because of it. And a lot of times people are very direct when there's problems with games. They'll have like like on Twitter, they'll have a video with, man, this part sucks, and then show you the video, and literally everyone comments different things on saying why it sucks. Some are more direct, some are more indirect, but everyone's going to be commenting on that. Ugh. Man.
Never more truer than when you give feedback. When you give, especially positive feedback. If you don't say what you're talking about, it can be really vague. Um,
Unfortunately, that's not how humans work. People complain. It's a lot easier to complain than say something nice. I'm sorry, Tim. It is so much easier to complain. Hell, I'm doing it right now. I'm trying to be constructive about this stuff too, but it's like it's so much easier to complain than to be positive about things, and that's just unfortunately people. So you need to be able to filter out the bullshit, and sometimes the complaints are completely pointless. You know, it's not part of your vision for the game, and unfortunately, there's some games like that where the vision of the game isn't what a lot of people are gonna like. You know, like hell, Dark Souls and Demon Souls, the original in incantations, not incantation, the original versions of that weren't like that much. They only later got more popularity once people started getting tired of games becoming too easy. You know? And back in the NES days and things like that, games were designed to be really ball busting hard because they were originally intended to intentionally to be, you know, arcade games as well. So how else do you pop more quarters by making it hard and have people die more? And that was just a thing of the time. So it's one of those things where, as a game dev, like, as I've said already, you should know what your game is trying to do and try to do it like well. Writing, gameplay, all that stuff. I don't. Anyway,
for example, what does better for you mean in a game? Or when you say how is that AI bad? What are you talking about? What
I already said the AI stuff. Like, again, shooter. They don't use cover. They run at you blindly. They hit scan from miles away. They um they see you through walls. That like what can I like? There's so many ways an AI in a shooter is bad. You know, it doesn't. And if you made the game, you know what your AI does, and you know what other people do for making their AI in shooters. So you can compare the two and see, okay, hey, this is AI in a good game. Why is it good? Take notes and find what fits for your game. You know? Like hell, if you're playing a horror game, maybe having some AI see through walls is the point. So again, it boils down to the type of game you're making. I don't get why you don't think of this, Tim.
are they not taking cover? Are they just running straight at you shooting? What do
Oh, you made the game. You should know. You could look at clips of you could look it up and find people complaining about AI with videos. And this is for every game out there. Moments of bad AI and things like that.
do you mean? When you say you don't like a UI, what is the friction point in that UI?
I'm just face palming right now. Like, I get this guy isn't a UI designer, so it's he's a programmer for the most part. So some of these things he wouldn't get, right? But you know, PC games, PC players really scream about AI if it's bad, or not AI, UI, if it's bad. You just need to pay attention. And if they're screaming about it being bad, then look at things that they don't even talk about or complain about. That's probably a good UI, because it's much easier to notice a good UI than a middling or good UI or a bad UI. It's much easier to notice a bad UI than a middling or good UI, because a bad UI gets in the way of using it or doesn't tell you enough information. So it's one of those things. It's not hard to, or just even placement of some UI elements can be a pain, make things difficult, because a lot of games like putting the health bars on in the center or off to the right on the bottom of the screen, or maybe off to the left, but it's usually on the bottom of the screen. So people just naturally tend to look in those directions for the basic UI elements. Compasses and radars tend to be in the top corners. So people have gotten used to looking in those top corners to find, the compasses and things like that. Or not compasses. Sometimes, things move around like a little bit. GTA has the compass and health bars together in the bottom left, but that's everything in the same spot. So no one's going to complain too much. You know, if you were to put the map in the center of the screen, that's bad UI. Like, I don't I don't get, like, doesn't take rocket science. It could just be the contrast is too high. So it draws your attention away from the gameplay, you know? Or if you go back to Rivals again for their UI, it's like it's all over the place. It's a mobile game, and mobile games have bad UIs. Well, not bad for phones, because you're using your hands to touch things, and you hold your hands on the side of the screen. So it's placed in a way so it's not out of the way for your thumbs. So in that aspect, it's good UI. But it's bad UI for a keyboard and mouse or a controller, right? Again, it's these things contextually. Certain things matter in other places than not. Like how Skyrim's UI, you know, it's not that great for a PC game, but it's pretty decent for console. You press the button to pop open your main menu to for the map, for the character skills and things like that, right? And then you hit a button, a directional button, to open that menu, and then you could filter through it, right? Even then, and in all honesty, it's not that fantastic of a UI. You know, it's leaning a little too hard, trying to be aesthetically pleasing, I guess you could say, to make it really useful, because you got now, I guess you could say, quote unquote, load times between each menu flick, right? So it slows everything down. But for a controller, that's it's not bad of a layout, right? And then, uh, again, it's all stuff you should be learning and studying repeatedly so you don't make these mistakes again. That's why people follow their peers and things like that, so then they know what's good and what's bad. They don't just sit in their own little bubble and tend to themselves and ignore everything around them. I the same thing goes for like car manufacturers and things like that. Put a valve in the wrong spot, now the engine blows up. No, I'm not gonna do that again. Here, hey guys, don't do this. Like I I know it's not quite like that, but you get my point, right?
UI that you're encountering. What is it that's bothering you? If you just say that UI is dumb, it's not helping. And trust me, it's not just gamers who do this. I've worked with people who've literally said that out of their mouth. They're like, that looks.
Look, I'm an artist, right? Quote unquote artist. And when I see something dumb, I point at it and say it's dumb. Unless if they ask specifically, hey, what would you want help with? Or what like, ask specifically, because here's another thing about artists, right? They tend to be not so much stuck up, but stuck in their ways, right? So they may not want to change, even if you tell them things to change. So having them ask, "Hey, what should I do better?" is better than telling them what to do and them not acknowledging it. Again, it's people. It's a people thing, Tim. I'm sorry.
Looks dumb. Great, I'll get right on that. Sometimes, though, and we've talked about, I've talked about how some UI issues are really an underlying system mechanic issue. This comes up in the videos on encumbrance, where you can have a really good UI if your game supports encumbrance, but you take encumbrance out and suddenly that same UI is terrible because people.
That makes sense to a degree. I can understand that. Some things, some things that are left in because um it's just, it's a vestigial thing and they didn't really change it. You know what? No, that wouldn't make sense. Especially for the encumbrance analogy he's doing. Because that's just a little thing in the bottom usually. Or like part of the tab. Like if we were going to go with in the original Sin 2, right? You had like, if you would pop open the inventories, you'd see all the characters' inventories off to the right. And a bunch of like windows, like say like opening a bunch of tabs, and no, not so much of tabs. It would be like opening a bunch of different windows and slotted into the right, and in the top of the window where the character's name is, there was a carry weight and gold amount. If you get rid of the carry weight, that UI is still fine. And then for Skyrim, the carry weight was in the bottom left amongst, the button prompts and things like that. Just wipe that out, it'd be fine. Even Oblivion, it would be fine. I can't see things where, it does matter. Maybe Stalker? No, Stalker wouldn't make sense either. That would be fine if you wipe that out. This is just a bad example. I get the idea, but this is a really bad example. And like a better example would be inventory system change. Changing it from a menu-based thing to like a slot thing like Tarkov or Stalker. Then having the same UI would be bad. That'd be a much easier thing to explain that being bad. Uh, but then you made the game. You should know this would be bad. Uh, you're not making any sense, Tim, and you're making my brain hurt. All right, let's keep going before I get an aneurysm.
People can carry more. And suddenly there's a lot more things in their
Wait, so it could carry more? I mean, if it's a list-based thing, just add some filters. That's the easiest way to solve the problem. You know, like Oblivion, where they have different tabs for different weapon types, or not weapon types, but different item types. You know, you got your armor, your weapons, your potions, your miscellaneous, your ingredients. Like, oh. Skyrim does the same thing. And again, if you just made it so you could carry more, you'd know you'd probably need some type of filter. Tim. Tim.
their inventory, and the UI you were using for a limited inventory doesn't work for a UI with an unlimited inventory.
I'm just disappointed. You would know this when you're making the game. You'd be playtesting it. And people will be like, hey, there's too much stuff. The UI for the inventory sucks. Oh my god. You'd know this in playtesting. And if you're going to make a system where you have a larger or unlimited inventory, you'd be looking at other games that did the same thing, so you wouldn't do the same mistakes or copy the same. Games are so prevalent now. You can look at other people and take their notes, and no one's gonna care. Oh, Tim. Tim.
So that's why you need to be very specific about what it is you didn't like. Do you really hate that UI? Or do you hate that you can vacuum up everything? And
It depends on the game. If you intended the game to be more inventory heavy on release and you built it up that way, then yeah, you're going to obviously want the game to accommodate the more inventory heavy system. If you didn't and still kept that bigger inventory system in, people are going to complain because it makes no sense. Not that the UI sucks. You're like fighting air with these arguments. I don't. This is not a good video. I get what you're trying to do, but you're pulling out the wrong arguments to make your argument.
and or do you want to be able to vacuum up everything, but you just wish the game would somehow organize it better?
It comes down to the game you're making, Tim. Tim, don't overcomplicate things. Just look at good UIs in games with inventories and work with that. Oh my god. I'm holding the bridge of my nose because my brain hurts. I need an Advil. I need an Advil. I need an Advil. I never thought I'd have a brain aneurysm thinking this. Oh my god. Have I got water left? Hang on, I need to fill my water. I'll be right back. Alright, Advil in. Let's go.
Be specific.
There's such things as being too specific, too. Thinking about it. Because, maybe the guy dislikes a certain specific thing about the game, but that's the point of your game. Why would you wipe that out? You know? Like a lot of people dislike the inventory, not the inventory management, but dislike the what's it? The potion, the Estus Flask mechanic in not Elden Ring, Dark Souls originally, right? But people now grown to love that type of system, right? There's still people complaining about Dark Souls being too hard, right? Like, that's the point of the game. Why would you wipe that out? Like, uh,
Here's the one that really gets me and that many of you refuse to acknowledge. You all, again, I wish English had a plural you all do not agree on what a good feature is. Go back and watch.
well, of course, everyone has different tastes. You know, when Doom 2016 first came out, people complained about the glory kill system. But that's part of the game. Hell, there's people that have complained about ultra kill, about being a like style sort of combat system. That's part of the game. Why would you why would you wipe out part of the game? I don't. I need this Advil to kick in faster.
Watch both of my encumbrance videos. They're linked below. Or watch the video I had on fast travel, or even the video I did on provide.
You know what? Fast travel. That's another thing I could point out. Some games fast travel is important because there's just too much land to cover. So sometimes you just need a fast travel, but other times fast travel is against the point of the game. Like you're supposed to be taking these long treks and things like that. Like soccer, right? There's no fast travel in soccer because you're supposed to make your treks and plan ahead and prepare for the dangers. So again, it's one of those things that it's part of the game you want to make and what type of experience you want to cater. And some people just, and if the fast travel's in the game, you don't need to use fast travel. I spent most of Skyrim not using it, every now and again where it's like, you know what, I just want to go to Whiterun just so I can, offload some loot, right? Let's fast travel, screw it, right? And then just walk out again all on my own and do whatever I want, right? Like, I didn't need to use it. I could have walked back if I wanted to, but I was over encumbered, so I would, drink a potion, teleport, let's go. It's one of those things. Hell, I used it a lot in Kingdom Come Deliverance, so for the sake of, I was on stream. I didn't want to, bore people with walking around all over the place and riding a horse, right? Despite, if I was playing by myself, I would have totally used very minimal fast travel because, like, the countryside was so beautiful. I would have loved just, I just loved the environment so much. I would have loved watching it more and things like that, right? So, like, again, it comes down to what kind of experience you want to make and how people want to play. Fast travel is one of those things that isn't as important of a feature depending on the player.
Providing game difficulty, different options in there. Read the comments.
I just said Dark Souls. I just said Dark Souls. Why would you? Brr. Brr.
On it, which I know a lot of you don't do, and you complain that YouTube doesn't do a good job of sorting them. Just pick one of those videos, set it to show all the comments, and scroll for a few minutes. You will find that some of you literally say you will not play a game that is lacking a particular feature, and then keep scrolling, and you'll find people who hate games that have that.
Individual taste, Tim. That's what that's called. You cannot cater to everyone. Games aren't for everyone, they're for anyone. Anyone who wants to play your game will play it. That's just how it is. You are appealing to niches and tastes of people. So you make a game based on the ones that you want to see in your game. How else do I have to explain it? I can't. Oh, this is gonna. I I didn't think I need to explain what niches are to someone who's been making games for, was it, almost 30 years now. Actually, no, he'd be doing it for 30 years. RPG specifically for 30 years. He's been working longer. So, almost 35 years. He's been making games. I didn't think I was going to be this long on this video. There's so many little things that's just
Have that feature. And it can be anything. Fast travel, VO, walls of text, story mode.
walls of text and voiceover. I love fucking, what's it called? Shadowrun, what was it called? Dragon's Call? Dragon something. Dragon's Fall, that's what it was. And all that game is explained through text. Like, I do like Disco Elysium as well. And that's a mix of VO and text. Sometimes there's some VO and sometimes there's text. Like, it depends on the game you want to make, Tim. Uh, Hell, there's some RPGs where they'll have wall of text for different effects and things that a certain weapon has. People like that because, hey, min-maxing. Some people like more simplified stats. Like, and that's just stats. Uh, but there is points where you can overcomplicate stats, where you have 4 or 5 different types of hurting humanoids. Like, and that's just an example. I don't. And it's clear overcomplication. Like, and they don't stack for some reason. Like, again, it comes down to the game you're making. I don't know how I can explain this more.
Some of you require it, and some of you skip games that have it. And you have reasons for doing it. I'm not saying you're wrong. What I am saying is there's no
You can't cater to everyone, Tim. Make the game you want. Move on.
possible way to make a game that will make all of you happy. What's interesting to
You can't make a game for everyone. Jeez, oh my god, you can't make everyone happy. You can't. You just can't. That's like trying to cater books to people who like movies. You can't. And that's like catering people who like movies or catering games to people who like movies. Yeah, you can do that, but a lot of people who like games for games aren't gonna like it. Last of Us, Uncharted, any fucking modern Sony game. Jeez. Yeah, there's people that like those type of games because sometimes a simple game is fun. As long as it's written well. Oh my god, I'm talking in circles. I can't believe I'm talking in so many circles. I can't believe how much this is annoying me. Oh my god, I got my glasses back on.
to me, and this channel has made me really acknowledge it, you don't even agree on the fact that all of you are disagreeing.
Do I need to repeat myself? Everyone is different. Everyone has different opinions. Opinions are like assholes. Everyone has them. Jesus Christ. Doesn't mean they're all good. Sometimes they're full of shit. Uh
Some of you don't acknowledge there are any other game players out there. There was a video
okay, Tom. Yeah, there's probably people like that now that I'm thinking about it. People that only like one type of game and don't acknowledge any other type of game and think everyone who likes those other types of games are wrong. Yeah, I'd believe that. Because guess what? Everyone has different tastes, Tim.
video I did where I said people frequently want better graphics, but a lot of you ask for better graphics.
Oh my god, not the better graphics argument. Not the better graphics argument. I don't want to go into this discussion. That's a whole other discussion. I'm just gonna leave this discussion mostly alone. Besides, a lot of modern day games take better graphics in place of good gameplay. And nobody wants that. I just want a fun game. Everyone who likes games just want a fun game. Heck, I played what's it? Dread Delusion. That was like old school graphics, you know. like PSX style stuff, right? It even had the dithering and all of that. And then I played Pseudo Regalia, which is like N64 inspired. Not quite, because they put a little bit more effort into the models and things like that, which I appreciate. But like, and sometimes you want something visually stunning. You know, sometimes you want more photorealistic stuff for the type of game because it makes sense. Like again, it comes down to the type of game you're making. Oh my god, I can't believe I'm.
And someone said, and I quote, "No one asked for better graphics." I guess you.
Yes, no one asked for better graphics. At the cost of better gameplay. If better graphics means what we're getting now, people did not ask for this. Like that's not rocket science. Like, come on. People want to play games, not moving pictures. Am I wrong? Oh my god.
You never read a review and you don't go on any forum boards because yes, they do.
You're looking at the wrong things, Tim. People talk about graphics in that aspect on cohesion and things like that. I don't.
And keep in mind, better graphics. Sometimes they're just talking about they want a higher resolution. They bought a 4K monitor and they're upset they're not getting a game in 4K. Sometimes they want a farther view distance. They're upset that it clips.
I can understand those. But that comes down to limitations of the engine. Whether the game's well optimized and things like that. That's not a graphical issue, that's an optimization issue in most cases.
Clips really early, or that there's always things blocking their view. They don't get a nice wide view of anything. Sometimes they just mean
oh my god, blocking view. If you have a pretty scene and you purposely put things in the way so people don't see the pretty scene, yeah, people are going to complain about that, because why would you waste such a pretty scene? That's not graphics, that's design. Oh my fucking...
more creature variety or more location variety. These are all better graphics. These are all things.
Hey, no. Location and creature design isn't graphics. No. We're not mixing those two today. That's design. Design and graphics are different. Design is how you make things look. Graphics is how well you make it look. Those are two different things. Design comes down to the concept artists and the 3D artists of the game. That's what that comes down to. Those type of visuals, those are fully on the artists. I should know this. That's not graphics. Jesus Christ. And hell, that blocking thing that he mentioned earlier, if it's a procedurally generated game, yeah, hell, that shit's gonna happen, unfortunately, because it's procedurally generated. Whoops. Oh my god, there's so many exceptions to the things he's saying that he doesn't even realize. I don't even think he realizes. And he's not even speaking about the right things. Sure, design is part of the graphics department, but graphics is different than design. Jesus Christ. Oh my god.
Things that require a lot more art time, a lot more things to be loaded in, a lot better optimization of your engine. These
So do game devs just lump all optimization, art stuff, and all that as graphics? That's not what we mean as players. Because the graphics department, I get that. But just because it's a department doesn't mean it's the same thing. Oh my god. Normal everyday people consider design as design, visuals as visuals, and optimization as optimization. If that's all lumped together in the graphics department, that explains why this part is so dumb. Because it's all lumped together in one department where, honestly, I'd say optimization would be part of the programming department. Unless if it's, 3D model stuff, then yeah, then it would be part of the graphics department. But, like, oh my god. It'd be on both teams for optimization. So wait, do you not have a optimization team in your programmers department, Tim? Is that what I'm understanding? Is that why Unreal Engine games suck? Because no one on the programmer side knows how to program well? That makes sense to me. That's why. But then, no, not all of it would. Because there's a lot of the unoptimized stuff comes from ray tracing and all this other bullshit. Which, I do like, not gonna lie. But it's gone so far, it's hurting everything. I don't know. Tim. Now you just put more questions than answers in any of this stuff. And it's already been an hour and 20 minutes almost. Oh. Tim. Why? Alright, well, let's keep going. We're almost done. We got about 5 minutes left.
These are all going to the category of better graphics, and all of you, I guarantee, have asked for some form of better graphics.
So yeah, there's no optimization team in the programmer side. That's probably why everything's all super bloated too. That's why we have our 80 gigabyte games now, because programmers don't want to work efficiently anymore. Uh,
At some point when you're responding to a question of what did you like and dislike about this game. Now, keep in mind, too, sometimes you guys talk about art style, but everything I just mentioned, even if the art style stays the same, you will need more polys and more textures and more everything just to give you more creature variety.
Reusing assets. And yeah, sure, but that comes down to optimization if it's completely different creatures. And sometimes, yeah, I get it, you need to trim down on the amount of total creatures because you're over budget in your optimization or some stuff, right? But there comes a point where you got to break even at some point, right? If there's only 3 creatures, yeah, that's not enough creatures. There needs to be more variety. But if it's a very short game, maybe 3 creatures is enough. It comes down to what kind of game you're building. Oh my god. Heck, there's this game that I've been playing with some buddies every now and again called Void Crew, where it's basically like a roguelike ship combat thing, right? And it's spaceships and things like that. There is only one enemy visual, like model type, right? But there's different color palette swaps between different ranks of enemies, type of thing, right? So yeah, the the enemy type, the enemy variety is minimal, but the types of enemies, you got your fighters, you got frigates, you've got uh devastators, you've got big fighters, you got bombers, you got mines, you've got sniper ships, you got a lot of different types of ships to shoot at that change the combat, even if it's, I think it's only like 8 or 9 different types of ships, and this is excluding the boss enemies and the special objective type enemies, which there's a couple different types as well. There's despite going through different ranks, and there's like different, like there's hollow, remnant, and some other types, right? Those overall names are just palette swaps. And it doesn't really change anything besides their color and maybe their damage numbers a little bit. So it's, oh my god, jeez, crazy. Damn. Oh my god. Well, let's keep going.
Or more location variety. So just that means it falls under the aegis of better graphics, but means more.
I don't want to keep stopping after everything he says, but everything he says is it's like he's talking about another department and he knows nothing about it. Or he's not even considering the game he's making. You know? I get he's only made RPGs, right? But making RPGs, especially the type of RPGs he's made, like Fallout, no, not Baldur's Gate, Arcanum, that's the one I was thinking of, right? There's a lot of different types of enemies because you want to have a bunch of different types of combat scenarios, especially for an RPG. So then you plan ahead, build the right team, build out the right characters, so you can handle these different situations. All of this, even just character visuals, ties into the overall package of game you want to make. It's like he's completely ignoring that point. Like, I get the starting where he said, he wanted to make it a short where we don't know what you want. Yeah, haha, funny. I get it. He should have genuinely left this discussion at that. Because the more he's talking, it sounds like he knows less about what's going on. And it's frustrating. All devs aren't like this, are they? I hope not.
More work, more artists, more time, more money. And many of you who say, well, I don't really care about graphics. I'm one of you. Graphics have never been high on my list of what I care about in a game. But many, many, many players are attracted to a game by its.
I just needed to pause, just take a breath for my brain. Let's keep going.
It's pretty graphics, even if they stay afterwards because the gameplay is so good.
And I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna be blunt. Those people are wrong. And this is the problem on why I say games aren't for everyone, they're for anyone. Because not everyone's gonna like Warframe, for example. And you can't make everyone like Warframe. I have a friend of mine who doesn't like Warframe for the Warframe design. How it's like fleshy mecha things, which like there's a reason why they are like that. I'm I'm he's not gonna like the game. And he likes the idea of the game, but the visual design puts him off. Well, he doesn't need to fight it. He doesn't like the game. And I have another friend who can't play the game because he gets motion sickness. Unfortunately, that's just how it is. I know some people. I've had family members who couldn't play Mario games because they made them motion sick. You know? Like, not every game is for everyone. Every game is for anyone that wants to play the game. And that right there is why there's so many people that like graphics. Because the whole, oh, it's for everyone type shit. Ugh. Anyway.
Pretty graphics open the door. I've told some designers under me, sometimes it's like dating. Your head may be turned by the prettiness, but you stay because of the personality and the chemistry. So it's like that with games. Make a pretty game, more people will at least get their eyeballs on your game.
There's games that I've looked at that I'm interested in because the game looks so out there and ugly. You know what I mean? Oh, go away. You know what I mean? Because it was so different. Like hell, um, was it uh Psycho Squad? No, what's it called again? Hang on, I gotta look this up. Where I need to get my Steam open. Where is it? Steam. It's over here, so it's not in the way. Go away. Um, library. I know it's a P game. A B C D. F G H I J K L M N O P. It wasn't a P game. I had Squad in the title. Give me a second. Gotta find this game. Cruelty Squad. That's an ugly ass game. Go away. Cruelty Squad. That's an ugly ass game. Yet people love it. Visuals, the prettiness of the visuals don't matter. It's does it stand out? That's what makes games attractive. If if whatever game looks like every other game, it's gonna get a lot less attention. Doesn't matter how crisp or pleasant the visuals are. If it looks like every other game, people aren't. It's gonna get less traction. Every shooter has to fight with COD because visuals. You can't get too far away from a milsim type thing unless, things start getting funny. Visually, anyway. So every milsim type shooter looks the same to each other. And milsim people know this. So they look deeper. Oh my god. I can't. And oh, hey, look at that. I just made an argument that depending on the type of game you're making, you want to care about something. Oh my god. This stuff is gonna give me an aneurysm.
Game. Then they're stay because of the mechanics, and then later on they're deny ever even looking at your game because it was pretty.
Did he just? He just said what I said. And sometimes people will deny that they go to your game because it looks pretty. Because, hey, there's been pretty games I've played, which I play because I wanted to play the type of fantasy it had. Like Ready or Not. That's a pretty game. But I wanted to play it to be a SWAT officer. Oh! Everything is pain! Oh! Oh! Oh my god. Damn. Ugh. You're trying to lump all of gamers as a single individual. You can't do that. A group is a group. Individuals are individuals. You gotta cater to individual tastes, not a whole ass group. That's impossible. Again, I'm saying this again. Oh my god. Anyway. Hell, there's been VR games that I played that look pretty that I wanted to play because they were fun. Like Into the Radius. That looks kind of pretty, but I wanted to play VR Stalker. Like, come on, that sounds badass, doesn't it? Or Hot Dogs, Horseshoes, and Hand Grenades. It's visually very crisp. Very clean. But you got hot dog enemies, and it's kind of goofy. I play it because I wanted the VR gun sim thing that it does. Speaking of which, I gotta get my whole computer fixed up for VR. That'll be a whole other discussion for later. Anyway.
One of the things.
You know what? Actually, there's Titanfall 2. That's a really pretty game. I wanted to play it because big robots. Oh my god. I saw big robots and I went, fuck yeah. Mech Warrior. I saw big robots. I went, fuck yeah. That's a pretty game. Mech Warrior 5, by the way. Oh my god. Hell, if you want to argue prettiness, right? Bomb Rush Cyberpunk. It's aesthetically very pretty. But I wanted to play it because it's like Jet Set Radio, and I liked Jet Set Radio back in the day. I played that on the Dreamcast even. That was a fun game. So when they made a promise of doing a bit of like open world Tony Hawk or fucking Jet Set Radio, but new thing, I was all in. Oh my god.
The things I want to point out is many of you argue against things that would make a game that even tries to provide more things for more players. And
I'm stopping you right there, Tim. Nobody wants that. People want specific experiences and niche things to play. The bigger the game is, the less it feels like its own thing. That's my opinion on all that. If Helldivers 2 is a good example. If they put PvP in that is making it less Helldivers. Despite people wanting PvP in that, the devs aren't going to put that in there because they don't even want that type of combative player versus player environment. It comes down to what game you're making. Tim, what game do you want to make? I am very worried for Outworlds 2 now. Because he's making a second one. Was it Outworlds? Outlands? The Fallout sci-fi thing that he helped make. I am very worried for this game now. What type of game do you want to make? Or help make, because he's half retired now. Anyway.
And I've talked about how design by committee is bad, which I agree with. And usually that leads to making a game that's so bland and vanilla that no one can really have an argument against it, but nobody really feels like playing it. What I mean by that is
just what I said.
You literally have argued that games should have fewer game options. I'm not even talking about game difficulty, just fewer game options.
What game do you want to make? Do you want something simpler or do you want something more complex? Sometimes a more complex thing is suitable. Sometimes a simpler thing is more suitable. What kind of game do you want to make?
The video on game options, I'll link it below. Again, read those comments. Many of you are going, yeah, I hate when games have a lot of options. I don't know what to set. The designer should have decided.
Wait, what do you mean options? Are you actually talking about like settings? Is that what's going on?
I did that. Why are they making me do that? That just means they didn't have a strong vision.
What is this argument? I've never heard this argument before.
Ignoring for the fact that many of those options are there to let more people play the game. I'm colorblind. That's a disability. There are games I literally cannot play.
He is talking about settings. Oh my god. People want more settings on PC, especially. Because then they could play it. Oh my god. Anyone who says otherwise is stupid. And from the consoles. Oh my god. I love that I can change the damage numbers in Warframe so I can make them less obstructive. Oh my god. Tim. Oh. You can't listen to everyone, Tim. It's impossible to make everyone happy. Oh, Tim. Oh,
play because they have puzzles or information that I'm supposed to pick up on that's color based, but there are no color blindness options. The worst ones of these are ones that don't say up front that they do that. And then later I'm playing the game and I realize I'm playing it wrong, or I've encountered puzzles that I literally cannot solve, and there's no option to do so. Super frustrating. So let me.
and I agree with you, Tim. There should be colorblind options in every game. There should be. That is the one thing I will agree on. Because guess what? Some people can't see certain colors, or they have reduced vision of certain colors. I have a friend who is partially colorblind. He can't see. I think it was red as well. Yeah, I think it was red. Or was it green? I can't remember which color, but he couldn't see one color that well, and made colors look like different colors to him. So I understand people need, some people do need colorblind options, things like that. I will agree, every game needs those, hands down. But then, oh my god, all this is so.
Let me sum up because I've been ranting for a while. I
Yeah,
get that
poorly.
you, the individual, want what you, the individual, want. But you have to realize that you, the individual, are not very good at giving developers feedback, and that you.
This whole video, you were not acknowledging the individual. You clearly were not. To my understanding, anyway. Let's keep going.
That you, the individual, are not everybody the game's being made for. Many of you aren't.
Correct! Correct, Tim. You are correct. Oh my god, I can't believe I'm saying this. Uh and and Tim, because you can't cater to every individual, you can't cater to a single group. You have to cater to the niches of said group for your specific niche. Oh my god. I don't want to get mad, but I can't understand how he talks about a whole group of people as if it was a single individual, then gets to the end of the video and say, "Yeah, I'm not catering to you as an individual." That logic expands to the group. You cater to the niche. Uh You can't make games for everyone. He even said it at the nearing the end. Cause designed by committee and all that bullshit. Oh, Tim. Tim Thomas. Oh.
Aren't even in the majority. And I hear you. I don't think I'm in the majority. I like a lot of niche games. I've made a lot of niche games. And so that's kind of what I'm saying here is game.
Oh my god, he knows exactly the argument. But he doesn't know the argument. I... Oh my god, I need to stand. Oh. Oh. This. Oh my god. What was the point of this video then, Tim? Why did we go through this hour and 45 minutes of pain? For you to acknowledge at the end that you get the argument, but you don't get the argument. Oh my god. Tim! I'm worried about this other video now. I am really worried about this video now. Oh. Alright. Let's keep going. I'm not done yet.
Game development is hard on its own, technically. But
you're not alone. Tim, you're not alone. There's other people making games that you can take notes from.
This lack of consensus among game players about what they want takes that difficulty to...
Oh, I know, I understood that wrong. My brain is all fried to this whole oh my god. I've never been so mad that I needed to stand and pace just to process something. And I'm about to do it again. I can't even think straight anymore. I'm gonna need to take a 10-minute break after this. Oh my god.
To a whole new level. It's that much harder to make a game that you want to be popular, that you want to have a lot of sales, because...
Don't aim for sales or being popular. Make a fun game that people would want to play. That is the criteria gamers want. They just want fun games. They don't care if it's marketable or not. They just... Fallout 1 is a game that could not be made to this day because of its super dark themes. Fallout 2 is a game that couldn't be made today because of its super dark themes. And I forget which one, but you can give a gun to a bunch of kids and they can kill each other with said gun, a loaded gun. You would not be able to do that in a game today. This is the stuff people are looking for. Experiences that are hard to find. I don't understand how this is hard to understand. Oh my god. And you worked on Fallout 1 and 2. This is why I used them as examples, Tim. I just realized this is a bad point to pause. This is a really stupid looking face. I'm sorry, Tim. But you need to understand, we don't care if a game sells well. We just want fun games. I get you need to care somewhat so then you can make another game, but you need to make the game fun first. Worry about that, and then worry about if it's gonna sell a lot, I guess. But you're worrying about if it's fun second. Because I'll be perfectly honest, I'm not really interested in playing the Outlands or Outworlds or whatever it was called again. You know, that... because it's just not a setting that appeals to me. Like, I get it's supposed to be like the space frontier and corporations are going crazy, you know? But, like, I'll be honest, it's not interesting to me. It doesn't seem too frontiersy to me. Because when I think space frontier, I think space cowboys. And this is not that. And it doesn't appeal to me because of that. I'd love a space cowboy game. That'd be fun. But yeah, you don't get these things, Tim. And they're very basic things. Anyway, let's keep going.
Most of you don't know what you want. Those of you that do know what you want are very vague at expressing it. And many of you don't realize that what you want isn't what a lot of other people want. This is why.
Oh my god, Tim. You like niche games. Why does it matter? Oh my god. I've never felt so utterly defeated watching a video. You know what I mean? I've never felt like this before. I don't want to watch the second video. I really don't. But I said I would for the stream. If this is what I'm getting, I'm scared.
For most of my career, I just made what I wanted, what I liked. I hoped other people would like it.
Yes! That's what people want!
But it was me and the team just trying to make something we'd like that would make each other laugh, make each other have fun. And we were like, gee, I hope people like this. We weren't sure. We didn't care. And when marketing would ask us questions like, what's the demographic for your game? We didn't know. We didn't have an answer. And most of us, we didn't even care. We're like, I don't know. Why don't you go home and play the game and tell me what you think, who would like it? Many of you like my earlier games. Maybe it's because I did make them in a vacuum like that and I wasn't thinking what people thought.
That is what people want, Tim. Please go back to that way of thinking.
However, I can tell you my later games sold more copies. So
there's more people buying games nowadays. Of course. Tim, do you know how big has the game industry grown? Let me look it up. Gaming industry in 2024. On LinkedIn, it says the global gaming market reached a total value of 184.3 billion. That's what LinkedIn says. Let's see what other places say. Entertainment Software Association. Games are not for anyone. Fuck off. I hate this. Video games are one of America's most dynamic and beloved pastimes. No surprise that so many people choose to play. Of the US population, reports playing video games for the last 1 hour a week is about 61%. People of all ages play. Yeah, there's graphs here that really help out. So in 2024, it was or not 2024, in 2004, it was mainly a middle-aged, younger demographic. And in 2024, it's mostly middle-aged with a fair split between under 18 and over 50. I don't care about I'm not going to count mobile games. 50% of people who play games play on PC. What is the stats? Oh, per household. Um, no, it's not giving me useful information. Okay, how big is the gaming industry? And let's go with 2024. No, not 2024, 2004. Um, and Wikipedia says in 2004 the gaming industry was 9.9 billion. That is holy shit, that is a huge explosion. That's like 11, it's grown 11 times since gaming has started, Tim. Roughly. And it's been over 10 years. Of course, more modern games are going to sell more than older games. Like, that is not a good statistic to value. Hell, gaming is on a current decline right now. And it's still huge. You don't get why modern games are selling.
What's the right path? I don't know. But I can tell you this. Do develop.
The right path would be making games like you used to. That would be the right path, Tim. If you made Fallout 1 and 2 today and not back then, your numbers would quintuple. Probably. Think about that, Tim. No, if we were just to use, it's not going to be accurate, but if we were just to use the basic game industry growth stats that I found, the 9.9 billion and the 184.3 billion, I think that's what it was. If we were just to use those two numbers and compare that one for one on your sales for Fallout 1, that is you'd have 11 times the sales. Mind you, back then, PC games didn't sell as much as console games. So let's put a little bit of a buff on that, considering that as well. And you could probably sell those games on console now because we figured out ways to make it work. So you, and back then, console was in the majority. PC's in the majority now. And no, I will not count mobile games because they suck. You really don't understand math I mean, you're a programmer. You should understand math. Jeez. Well, he's not a statistician, so he probably doesn't understand math correctly. I don't want to be this rude.
Game developers know what game players want? No, we don't.
Oh my god, my brain. I need. I took 2 hours on one video. Oh, this is gonna be pain. This is gonna be pain. I'm gonna. Oh, this one's 2 minutes longer. Oh. I don't want to be so mean to Tim. Ah. I'm gonna. I'll be back in a sec. I'll be back. I need a moment. I need a moment after that. Uh. Oh, I need some chips. I need some chips after that. Mm. All right. All right. Let's get this over and done with.
Hi, everyone. It's me, Tim. Today I want to talk about the question, do game players even know what they like? I almost called this Game Players Don't Know What They Like, but I figured it would lead to a better comment section if I posed it as a question. Let me tell you why I thought of this. I was watching a comedian podcast, not a comedy podcast. I wasn't watching comedians do stand up. I was talking about comedians talk with each
I am already worried. Comedians aren't video gamers. Comedy is a whole other subject matter. Uh, let's go.
with each other about being comedians. And one of them made a comment that it's very hard to come up with jokes in a world where audience only know what they find unfunny. And most of them couldn't write a joke if their lives depended on it.
You know what? Let's do this as an experiment, right? You know, I'm you know what? Fuck it. I'm 32, right? I'm gonna be 32 this year, right? I've been playing games since I was as far as I can remember, for like 4 or something, right? So I've been playing games for about 28 years of my life, right? I think I have a pretty good idea of what I do like and don't like at this point. And I'm a pretty open book about this thing. I like pretty much anything as long as it's not obnoxious about it, right? You know, some people don't like Elden Ring because, you know, it's too slow to start. I don't personally mind that much. I do understand the complaint, but I don't personally mind it that much because I do kind of like the setting and I like exploring it personally. So like I like exploring games and things like that, right? I'm not all for immediate action or things like that. Although I do like it from time to time, you know? Like, you know, I've been playing Ready or Not, which is pretty much immediate action with a little bit of tension build up, you know, before it, because, you know, you gotta prep for your breach and all that shit, right? But you pretty much go from mission to mission and do your thing, right? You know, but then there's other games where I like that don't have any combat whatsoever, you know? So I like a lot of different types of games. And if I were to make a game today, you know what? Let's do that space cowboy thing that I said I'd like to play in that other video, right? I'd make a space cowboy game if I could, right? If I'd have it where it's the frontiers, right? You know, and I'd have it. Would I have it more linear or more open? I'd make it. You know, I want to flesh out the aspect of the frontier a bit more. So I'm gonna make it a bit more open-ish. You know, not a full open world, but maybe like zones that are a bit bigger, right? You know, kind of, maybe like a Monster Hunter type thing, right? And I'd have it so you're a bounty hunter, where you pick up missions to hunt down specific cowboys, space cowboys type of thing, right? You know, that sounds kind of fun. You know, you pick up a mission and you travel through this, like, you go drop on a planet, you know, and you go hunt down your bounty, right? You know, nothing complex. And I'd have it so it's mostly action focused, even though I do like, you know, RPGs and things like that. I'll have it mostly action focused for the sake of this game because it sounds like it's building up to more of that type of thing. And I'd make it so you can get different equipment and loadouts to build out different traversal methods because that sounds fun. Like maybe you want to be a jetpack cowboy, or maybe you could be a grappling hook cowboy or stealth suit cowboy. You know, maybe you got like a special combat cloak which gives you extra defense abilities. You know, like I'm this is just me throwing shit at the wall, right? You know, and let's keep going. Maybe the main piece of kit is your cowboy hat. Let's just go into it, make it a little funny while we're at it, right? Your cowboy hat has one core ability, which kind of dictates your class type of thing. Are you more of a defensive, offensive? And sure, you got other equipment that can help, um, give you different abilities and things like that to cater you to one play style or another, right? Like I said, the combat cloak or the stealth suit or things like that, right? But those would be more supplemental to the main ability that your hat has, you know? And then maybe specific types of hats work better with specific guns and gives them like passive abilities or boosts. So you'd want to cater to that. So you'd want to, and then you'd have different charms you can give to your guns. Leaning into the cowboy thing where they liked charms and things like that. So that you could put different charms on your guns to give you different passive benefits and things like that, and lean into maybe class passives or something for certain reasons or something like that, right? Again, all stuff just coming off the top of my head or hat, we could say. And this is just me spitballing ideas right now, right? And that sounds like a pretty fun game to me. You know, I wouldn't know too much about, balancing the specifics. Maybe I'll have it a bit more cover based and I'll make it a co-op game, right? So you need to work together and share resources on your bounties to take down the target, right? Leaning into like again the frontier aspect where you're probably not going to have a lot of you need to prepare for the journey type thing, right? Anyway, this is all just stuff off the top of my head, right? And you know what? Maybe I'll make it third person shooter because that leans into the cover based mechanics a bit better. Sure, I could make it first person, third person, kind of like Rainbow Six, Tom Clancy type stuff, but I don't feel like I want that type of grittiness to it. I want to be a little bit more light and fun with it, right? This is just again, this is just me brainstorming an idea, right? And then since I'm making it a third person, I'd be looking at other third person shooters on what makes good and bad gunplay. Do I want it to be more like Ratchet and Clank, where you got a lot of outlandish stuff and you got some basic mobility kind of maneuver stuff so you can, or do I want to lean it more into SOCOM, more grounded? This is all stuff I talked about in the previous video. Jesus Christ. This is a great start. This is a great start. I'd guess not everyone knows what they like or how to make a game, right? I acknowledge that. But it's one of those things when you're around enough games or around enough books or around enough movies, you tend to pick up eventually what makes a good or bad book, movie, game type thing, right? If I were to make a third person shooter, I would definitely not involve, because this is more an action thing, I definitely wouldn't involve a lot of, like mantling or things like that, like Assassin's Creed or something like that. I would not do that. I'd do quick things, maybe like, you get like speed boosts where you can run around, speed boots so you can run around faster, and then like maybe run up walls. Maybe I'd throw in like grappling hooks so you could zip around the area and kind of latch to walls and take advantage points and things like that to shoot down guys. And then the cloak, it would just be a basic cloak and maybe like a mini teleport. It's little things like this that you'd think of, right? Maybe the defense cloak guy that I mentioned before, maybe he puts up barriers and things like that, so you could put a barrier in a spot and then climb up the barrier and climb up on a ledge type thing. I wouldn't go into like Uncharted territory where you're climbing up huge walls and things like that from ledge to ledge, or Assassin's Creed type thing, because that doesn't fit for my game. Again, it's these little things that you figure out. And sure, younger people think they know better, and I agree with that aspect to a degree, where they think they know better and things like that. But some people are pretty quick to catch on, too. So it's one of I'm I can't believe I'm having this whole discussion before the 40 seconds into the video, and I already spent 15 minutes describing a game on something I'd like to play. And I just play games. Ah.
On it, especially a joke that you could say in stand-up. And I thought that was interesting because, first of all, I've met a lot of people who think they're funny and they are not funny. But also, stand-up comedy is a perfect example of it doesn't require any equipment or anything. It's basically you and it's pure skill. And there's a
And you say people who play games can't pick up on skills of games and figure out what things are fun. I just spent 15 minutes describing to you a game that I'd like to play based off of stuff I've played or things I've experimented with, you know. Gaming is very different from stand-up comedy. Not everyone can be funny. Yes. I'm not intentionally trying to be funny. I'm genuinely annoyed. That's why I paced. I need chips. I need chips. Oh my god. You're getting me so frustrated, Tim. I'm anger munching. I don't do that often. Oh my god. All right, let's keep going.
there's a lot of people who think they're good at it who are not good at it. And I thought that was interesting because it was purely skill based. But what the comedian was essentially saying is it's hard to get feedback from an audience because they're laugh when you say something funny and groan or boo when you say something not funny, but they're not actually telling you what it is they liked and didn't disliked about those jokes.
That's called reading the room. That's a skill. So you're telling me you watched a podcast about a comedian who can't read the room? Oh my god. I gotta start pacing again. Fuck. Oh. This is why I was worried when he was said he was talking about oh my god. This is gonna be another long one. Oh my god. I should have scripted this. I should have scripted this. I should have watched the video beforehand and scripted this. Oh my god. Ah. And you're taking advice from a comedian who can't read the room. Oh my god. Reading the room is also, part and parcel of being able to look at general population, you know. Oh my god.
jokes. You only know whether it was a hit or a miss. This is similar in the game industry, but what really knocked it home for me is someone mentioned a George R.R. Martin quote, which I looked up. He was
Oh no.
talking about readers, book readers, and he said,
Oh no.
quote, now social media is ruled by anti-fans who would rather talk about the stuff they hate than the stuff they love.
Oh, not that quote. I knew it was coming. No. The internet is not ruled by anti-fans, by stuff they hate. They're ruled by burned fans, from developers and things that keep making stupid decisions on and making stuff that people don't like. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure this out. Oh, Tim. I need to anger munch again. Oh my god.
Unquote. Now, whether or not social media is the cause, I don't know. That's a whole other discussion. I don't even want to have it. But I do see a rise over the decades of my career in how games are discussed in person.
Yes, games are discussed differently from back in the day to now because it's more instantaneous. When stuff gets more instantaneous, it gets more emotional. When things get more emotional, things are more erratic. Oh my god, Tim. I'm a perfect example of this right now. Oh my god. I really should have scripted this video, watching this video. I should have watched it beforehand. I thought it would have been fun to watch it by surprise and go in blind. I don't want to keep going. I really don't.
And online, which is a prioritization of the bad features over the good. People love.
I said this already. It's much easier to complain than to praise. You know, I will praise you for this, Tim. It is surprising on how ignorant you are. And I'm not trying to sound like an enlightened individual or anything like that. This is just stuff I've noticed being around the net and picked up on and tried to pay attention to and things like that. This is just stuff I've noticed and observed. I'm noticing. Oh my god, let's keep going.
To talk about what they hate. And some of them almost never even mention what it is they like. What would they prefer instead? And I get it with the rise of monetized channels. I totally understand that.
It's not about money. It's about the instant reaction, the instant gratification, the instant exposure. It's about the instant emotion. That's why things are so erratic and hard to judge. Because it's so instant. Twitter is basically, to a lot of people, a direct connection to their brain. That's why you get so much weird shit on Twitter. I just shook around my phone as an example to talk about this and slapped it against my head, but you guys couldn't see that. I wish I had a model.
Rage bait gets more clicks. So if you go on.
Rage bait gets more clicks because rage is very easy to act on. It's much harder to think than it is to express. Uh,
Go on and have a channel and you go, I hate this and these people are dumb and blah. You get more clicks. Just because that's what people respond to. But it doesn't really explain forums or comment sections where the people who are leaving the comments, they have no stake in how many people read their comment. But still, you find
because they're talking to you. They don't care if other people notice. They're talking to you so you can see it. You know, if someone else passes by and sees their comment and agrees, yeah, they'll give it a like or thumbs up or may even comment a slight disagreement. That's if they're feeling chatty enough. Oh my god. He doesn't understand the internet on top of this. Oh my god.
find that complaints about features are on the rise. And
because games are getting worse. Why do I need to explain this? Games are getting worse, so people are complaining more. Oh. And like I've already said, it's much easier to complain than to praise.
constructive feedback saying, I wish they had done this instead, or I like this in my games, is on the decline. At least, at the very minimum, the ratio has been increasing from bad to good. The weird thing about
You just said the same thing twice. You do not know how math works, and you don't know how stats work. This just proves it from the last video.
this is, I see people complaining about features that they can 100% absolutely.
You know what? He's probably talking a lot off the cuff right now, too. So I'm not going to fault him too much for things like that. But, like, he really should have had bullet points up for this type of discussion, since he's starting a discussion and talking about things like this. He should have had bullet points to follow, is what I'm saying. At the very least. I'm going in completely blind, and I'm acknowledging that I'm new to this type of commentary, so I might be doing this type of stuff too. Without, well, yeah, no, I've said it in the last video. I said I repeated myself multiple times because, he's talking in circles. I tried to, vary my discussion, but he just kept coming back to the same thing over and over again. Unintentionally, but that's what was going on. Anyway, let's keep going.
Ignore. Yes, the game has that feature. Yes, the game is 100% playable without the feature, but they complain that the feature exists. Like, oh, it's there, it's looking at me.
Is this about the pronouns? Is this about the pronouns? Because, yeah, in games, it does not make sense at all, because characters aren't talking about you behind your back. They're talking to you. So why would pronouns matter when they're talking to you? They're going to be using you. Or your name. That's the whole reason why I kind of dislike the pronouns thing, is because it's you when you're talking to a person, you're going to be saying their name or saying you. So it doesn't matter. You're trying to tell people how to talk about you behind your back with those pronouns things. That's why I don't like it. I learned grammar for a reason, and I'm going to use it. You know? When has pronouns become a feature. This just sounds so stupid. Anyway, let's keep going.
This comes up a lot about microtransactions. There are games that have 100% cosmetic only microtransactions.
And I hate them. Let me earn them by playing the game. Is that so hard? Is that hard to understand? I get you need to make money, but I don't like it being done at my expense because I like making cosmetic loadouts. Hell, the people on my fucking stream right now could attest to this by me fiddling around with my Warframe cosmetics a lot. I have friends who could vouch for this because I spend too much time in the Dwarven locker in Deep Rock to make my own cosmetic loadouts. I have goofy ones. I have serious like. This is a whole other discussion. I'm not going to go on this topic right now. This is a whole other discussion.
People will still complain they're there, even though those transactions in no way make the game easier to play or it's.
This is a whole other video I have planning. I'm not going to touch this topic with a 10-foot pole. I have a whole other video planned on this.
It's not pay to win. It's just cosmetic microtransactions. I've mentioned this before, and people's response were, whoa, some of these people are spending or gambling addicts, and they can't control themselves, and this is predatory, and it's horrible. But then I did a fast travel video, and I'll link it below, where I said, well, what about fast travel? There are games. Now, you're right. Some people brought up there are some games that aren't designed well. So if you don't have fast travel and quest markers are harder to play. But there are a lot of games that you
I'm skipping this fast travel discussion. We've already had it.
you do not need to use fast travel. And they even have some difficulty modes where
Fast travel is different than forking over fucking cash for the... I hate this line of thinking. Fast travel is different than forking over cash to get cosmetics that you cannot get any other way. Sure, you don't need to use fast travel or get cosmetics, but people do care about cosmetics because they want to look pretty. That's the problem with these microtransactions. I can't believe I'm having this discussion.
where you can't. But guess what? People still do it anyway. Those games are provably that fast travel was not necessary to play the game or even to enjoy the game. But almost everybody does it anyway. There's no gambling component. And people will then...
This is a false equivalency. I hate that.
then go, well, it's more convenient or something like that. But they will do it even when non-fast travel rewards them by giving...
Tim, you need bullet points for your discussions. You need bullet points for your discussions and plan it ahead. This is two entirely different topics for entirely different things. No.
Giving them fun encounters or new location discovery, they will still use fast travel, which makes the game a lesser experience for them, but they can't seem to bring themselves not to use it. And then that's when they turn around and say, well, it's the designer's fault. He never should have put that in the first place. Which is, again, a whole other discussion of how much hand-holding do you want? And hand-holding in this case is...
Why are we talking about hand-holding now? All right, let's see what he talks about for hand-holding.
How much should the designer not let you pick and choose how you want to play the game? Should he force you to play it the way that you want to play it and is the way you'll enjoy it and ignore millions of other players? And
depends on the game you're making. If it's a more linear story with a linear level design with linear ways to get through the stages, a little hand-holding doesn't hurt, but don't put yellow paint over ladders. If it's a more open world, then very little hand holding is better. Maybe something just till you know where you need to go, and that's about it. Let them do whatever they want. I can't believe I'm bringing up this topic of what game are you making again. I can't. Uh,
And I'll get to that because a lot of you give feedback as if you're the only person on the planet, but you assume your views represent everyone else. But I'll get to that.
I'm just Tim. I don't want to be mad. I don't want to be mad at you. You made Fallout. I highly respect you for making Fallout. And you and the games you made back in the day, they were great games. They were great games. But this, I get things have changed, but you don't get that entirely, and that's the problem. That's why this video exists. You don't get it. Oh my god.
I've said before in many videos, if players would only talk more about what they want instead of what they don't want.
What game are you making? It depends on the. I can't believe I'm saying this again.
This would be so much better and so much clearer and so much cleaner feedback.
You're talking about a group. Good luck getting clean feedback. Oh my god, I can't believe I have to say this again.
First of all, it gives developers a much better idea of how many people want those certain features. If you just say you don't like fast travel, but you don't say what you want instead.
I need chips. I need chips. I need chips. All right.
They're not sure how to implement that fast travelless game. Do you want more encounters? Do you want a paid way of doing fast travel? Do you want to
Oh, no, no, no. Oh, no. You're completely missing the point. I don't want to get mad, but this is something else. Oh, my lord.
resource intensive way of doing fast travel? What do you want? Because doing nothing is 100% giving you not fast travel. But that's probably not what you want. You probably want something in exchange for not having the fast travel. And if you think
Some games just don't need fast travel. Simple as. Some people are just wrong in their opinion. Simple as. Oh my god.
this should be as simple as putting a checkbox in saying does turn off fast travel. You can see my video on doing difficulty.
You know what? That wouldn't be a bad option. Have this difficulty setting or option to make it so you don't need a fast travel. See, that's a good opinion there. I can agree with that because people do like playing games different ways. But again, it's one of those features that you just don't need to use if you don't want it. Or maybe if you want a limited version of it, then you could do that too and have it toggled on a setting. But again, you're trying to cater to a mass of people instead of trying to make one thing fun.
Where there are people out there that think certain options should be decided by the designer, not the player, and therefore should not be provided in the options menu. They basically say don't.
Because people say that because it's the creator's vision. Do you not have a vision for your games, Tim? Do you just slap things together and throw it out there and sell it and that's it? Is that how you sell your games, Tim? I can't believe I'm have to say this.
Don't make me decide how to play your game. Just be aware that there's no good solution to this because there are lots of players out there who want lots of options. They love.
Yes! You get it, Tim. Why does this video exist? You literally just said the thing that I've been saying. There is no good way to do this. Make the game you want to make and leave it at that. My god. Can't believe I have to...
They love playing around. Like, oh, good, the game lets me turn off the HUD. Oh, good, the game lets me turn off fast travel. They want that. They look for that. So there is no good solution for a developer. The problem is when people just tell you what they don't want, it's hard to get an idea of what the percentage is of people who want an alternative. It's like, okay,
Depends on the game you want to make, Tim. Do you want a game that doesn't have fast travel be made, or do you want there to be fast travel? Oh man, I'm getting... Ah!
okay, I know you don't want fast travel, but what do you want? Do you want more random encounters? Do you want a paid fast travel? Things like
If you just strip out fast travel and don't do anything else, and you made the fast travel there to skip encounters, then of course, yeah, they're going to have more encounters. But if there wasn't many encounters and people start using the fast travel a lot because there's not a lot of encounters, then yeah, they're going to be annoyed if there's no fast travel. It depends on the game you're making. Oh my god. Can't believe I have to say this at every point.
things like that. Or if you're tired of me talking about fast travel, I've done 2 different videos on encumbrance. And there are plenty of people who think that
this video is literally the other video,
available
but
and
more
what should
annoying
happen after you pick them up should be handled differently. Read the comment section. I'm not sure people were reading them. People were leaving comments saying everybody hates encumbrance, and then literally the next comment was, "Oh, I love when games have encumbrance."
This is literally the other video. The more he keeps talking, the more he keeps bringing up the same points from the last video.
I'm not sure people read the comments because there are a lot of comments where people love to say categorically, no one likes this, everyone hates this, right after a comment or before a comment of somebody saying they like it. So please.
And he's still working on games, by the way, guys.
Let's talk a little bit about how to comment. Like I said, I would way prefer on this channel and for any forum where you're talking to game developers, say what it is you liked, especially why you liked doing that feature. I have an entire...
Everyone's gonna like different things for different reasons. I just said this. He keeps trying to ask the group what they like for specifics, but it's a group. You're not going to get specifics, especially one as large as it being a $184 billion industry. This is not like back then, Tim. You can't just ask for specifics anymore. You need to look at what other people are doing in your industry. You need to look at other developers and find what works and what doesn't. You can't just sit in your own little room, closed off from the world, and ignore everything anymore. You need to find out what's good and what's bad and work it for yourself. And some markets just don't move at all. That's why there isn't anything comparable to World of Warcraft nowadays. Like, there was that attempt with WildStar, which is a shame that it's got closed. But it's one of those things that you can't just do it anymore. Oh my god, I can't believe I'm having this discussion with a developer who should... I mean, he's just a developer. He's not big scope, obviously. He doesn't look around, so... But I still can't believe I'm having this discussion. He should know at least a little.
Entire video on how to give good feedback. It's called Being Constructive. It's way easier to respond to constructive feedback than non-constructive feedback. So what I don't understand is if you really want to get what you want,
You're correct. It's easier to work with constructive feedback, but there's so many games out nowadays, even if it's non-constructive feedback and they very vague and plain feedback, which is what you're going to mostly get nowadays because there's so many people in the industry now. You can look at other games that have been received well for different aspects, like let's say fast travel for some reason. Let's bring that up since you like talking about that, or encumbrance, you know. Let's just stick with the fast travel since for some reason that's the thing that you keep bringing up. Look at games that have been received poorly because of the fast travel, and look at games that have been received well because of the fast travel. Like Kenshi has fast travel in it because you can kind of speed up time. So you click a destination you want to go and speed up time and watch your little dudes run across the desert. That doesn't that wouldn't work in Skyrim because it's not big MMO-y type stuff. So if you want to fast travel and then your dude stuck to the roads and walked all the way there, you know, and you did it in first person, well, it happened. It's gonna be boring, you know. And Kingdom Come Deliverance technically does the Kenshi way of fast traveling, where you pick where you want to go, and then your guy travels the roads, and sometimes there's random encounters along the way. So then you get interrupted in your fast travel, and you either choose to deal with it or ignore it. Again, it comes down to the type of game you're playing, or you want to play. And the reason why Kingdom Come Deliverance is fast travel and Kenshi's fast travel works the way it does is because it's supposed to be more of a sim. And more simulator-based stuff lends to those type of fast travels better. Skyrim isn't a sim, so why would you do that? There's no hunger, there's no stamina, there's stamina, but not that type of stamina. There's no fatigue, there's no need to sleep. You know, if you download the survival mod, then yeah, and then that stuff becomes important. So you probably wouldn't fast travel then, because the fast travel that's in the game doesn't work for the type of survival mode. Again, it comes down to the type of game you're playing or wanted to make. Oh, I can't believe I have to say the same thing over and over again.
say what it is you want. Now,
what game do you want to make, Tim? What game do you want to make?
Dislike. It's not fair. Saying what you dislike is just as useful. It is, if it's specific, which many of you aren't. There is a video I have called "Feedback Needs Context," so you need to watch that. But let me.
A lot of these complaints can be found with videos attached to it, saying this is stupid or this sucks or why would they do this or some other shit like that. And then you see a raw video of likely what they're complaining about, especially on Twitter.
Let me give you the high-level example there, which is, if you just go, enemies are dumb, stop giving us dumb enemies.
And he's repeating.
You just give negative feedback, but you give absolutely no context. So it's not like they can go in and go, hey, programmer, can you click the checkbox for smart enemies? It may be that what you meant was, these enemies never take cover. There's cover all over the place that I use, but they never take it.
This is the same video twice. This is the same video as the other video. Literally the same video.
Oh, you want enemies to take cover more frequently. Okay.
And he somehow makes himself sound more arrogant in this. He needs bullet points. He needs bullet points.
That's constructive. I can work on that. So think of it as a wish list too. Like, imagine somebody came up to you and said, "Hey, what do you think Tim Kaine would like for his birthday?" If you said,
if someone asks me what I want for my birthday, I'm gonna just say surprise me. Because whoever's asking to get me a gift likely knows me well enough, and they know I just like cool shit. I've made it abundantly clear to all my friends, family, and all this stuff that just get me some cool shit. If you can't figure anything out, Gundams are a good fallback. Gundam kits, right? Or video games. Like, it's not that hard. And again, this type of stuff comes down to people's tastes. Let me guess. He's gonna say, you know, oh, if Tim says surprise me, it's not gonna be helpful, and I don't know.
he would love a dark chocolate bar, at least 65% cacao, versus he hates white chocolate. What do you think is more likely to get me something I want? The first one,
That was me putting my glasses on my desk. Because I'm face palming. And holding the bridge of my nose. I was basically on point with what my with my thing. I was basically on point.
I'm going to get a dark chocolate bar that's at least 65% cacao, which immediately puts it in a range of chocolate that I absolutely adore. But the person who said he hates white chocolate, I may get a Snickers bar. Well, I don't want anyone back on Snickers. Snickers are okay. But you can see that just saying I hate white chocolate, maybe they're getting me a boat. I don't want a boat, but they're like, well, it's not white chocolate. This is why it's so hard for developers to deal with your negative.
I would love to get a boat. I don't really have time to use it right now. But if someone got me a boat, that'd be a hell of a gift. Even if it's a boat. Like, come on. Boats aren't cheap. I'd make time to use that thing. Jesus Christ.
Negative feedback. You're not telling them what you want. Just telling a developer what you don't want. Guess what? The space of what you could want is huge, and you're not helping. In fact, you're in many ways you're hurting because you're.
Oh my god. How is it so how is it so difficult for saying, hey, these enemies are stupid? You know, like in let's say a cover shooter, right? Hey, these enemies are stupid, you know? Cover shooters tend to be more tactical, right? You know, depending on your enemies and stuff like that. Again, this is all coming down to, it depends on what type of game you're making. Oh my god. But let's just, you know, give the benefit of the doubt on this whole enemies being stupid thing again, you know, since he brought it back up. And be a bit more clear, since I guess I wasn't that clear before. Well, actually, no, I was pretty clear before. I'll be saying the same shit again. This video is literally a repeat of the other video.
You're jamming up the channel of communication with noise, with unactionable feedback. So you may think, well, this.
How is enemies are stupid unactionable feedback? Depends on the type of game you're making. Again, if you're making a shooter, a cover shooter, yeah, if they're stupid, it's obvious that they're probably not using cover. They're not fighting tactically. They're not trying to flush you out of cover. That's the three possible things that lead to stupidity. Or they aim like stormtroopers. That's another thing. You know? That's four types of things that you can action on. And depending on what you have in the game already, hey, maybe they are accurate enough. But yeah, they don't use cover well enough now that you've play tested it, which you should because you're making the game. I don't know why I have to explain this. You know, you when you're playtesting the game, you realize, hey, they're actually this is a cover shooter type game, and they're not really trying to flesh out the players or trying to use cover that often. The stormtrooper aim doesn't matter. Those two things would help the enemies a lot to be more threatening and be less dumb because they're working together. Maybe that's another thing. Maybe they're not working together. That's five things out of everything for just AI intelligence. You know? If it was too hard, then it's, let's say, maybe they are too accurate, do too much damage, put too much pressure on. It is literally the exact opposite of intelligence. They're too intelligent. And these are all things you could tweak in the background slightly, with little decimals here and there. You know, add to the aim bloom on the enemies type thing, or make them give their tactical actions a longer cooldown, or use of grenades on a longer cooldown. You know, maybe you have a special system where enemies are being suppressed, they throw grenades more, right? Maybe the suppression mechanic is too light, and this is going on with the enemies being too intense. Yeah, yeah, it's broad, but it's not useless information. Unlike your birthday example. And this is just for cover shooters. All that stuff I just talked about. Anyway, let's keep going.
This may not help, but it doesn't hurt. It hurts. It jams up communication channels. Now, devs also.
He really needs to bullet point his videos. He really does.
Also want to provide games with features that are most wanted. Because if you say, I like hot air balloon travel, and you're the only one among millions of potential game players,
then it sucks to be you. And maybe the game doesn't need fast air balloon travel because it doesn't fit in the game. Maybe it's a grounded game. What kind of game are you making, Tim?
you're probably not going to get that. Maybe from a solo dev, but you're not going to get a big one. So that brings me to the question of this channel, of this particular video. Do gamers even know what it is they like?
Yes. But trying to loop it in together as a big group of people doesn't work because there's too many people to make any of the things matter. It comes down to the type of game you're making. You need to ignore the gamers to an extent. Not entirely, but to a basic level on things like that. You need to pay attention to the blatant obvious things that people are hating the most about, because that's the easiest stuff to avoid.
And I say this because people will say they want certain features, almost that they demand certain features and that they hate other ones. But then the sales figures do not bear that out.
So Twitter. So Twitter. or social media. People who want certain things and keep screaming to have certain things aren't people that are going to buy your game. The people who are screaming about things that are missing or that are fucked up are people that played your game. Most of the time, anyway. But it's much easier to figure out who played your game than who didn't. Well, to an extent. Depends on what they're complaining about. This whole video was pointless.
They buy games that don't have the features they claim they demand, and they buy games with features they claim they hate. And I get that because games are an amalgamation of different features. It may have had some things you want and some things you don't, which is why it could really help when you leave feedback on that game. You say,
if you're making a platformer, for example, right? Let's just go with platformers, right? You wouldn't put first-person shooter elements in the platforms, you know? Unless if you want it to be a first-person, to be a hybrid of first-person shooter and platformer, you know? The problem with having a first-person platformer, though, is you don't know where exactly you are a lot of the time, because your camera is attached to the character, so it's hard to judge where you are sometimes. That's why a lot of first-person platformers don't go well, because you're missing valuable information. Now, that's not saying that you can't make it work, because people can make it work and have made it work. But you still need to be able to judge if it's the type of game you want to make in the first place. Oh my god, I can't believe I have to keep saying that.
you say, I bought it because of these features, but I wished you had had these instead. But the reason...
You know what? I like Zelda games. You know, let's do this another comparison to me personally. I like Zelda games, right? You know, I do. I like the puzzle elements. I like the dungeon delving and all that fun stuff, right? I don't really care much for Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom, personally, because of the weapon durability. Because I genuinely don't think that's a fitting thing. Yeah, people can make excuses for why it's in there and why it makes it work and things like that, and I get it. I still don't like it. Like, how hard is it to explain? Or how hard is it to comprehend that, you know? I can't believe I have to say this, you know? And then there's other games where people complain a lot about that I like a lot. You know? Like Earth Defense Force. That's a much more niche game, and that's because not a lot of people can take it seriously enough because of the B-movie aspects to it. But I love it because of those B-movie aspects. And now some people are going to argue that, oh, you know, maybe it's not entirely B-movie or things like that because the gameplay is good and things like that, right? And that's fine. I can see reasoning and understand, or not reasonings and understanding, reasonings and that could make that work, you know? But that doesn't change the point that a lot of the, you know, dialogue is pretty campy, which is B-movie. Let's keep going.
Sales may not bear out what it is you said you wanted. Is one, you may be a minority opinion. You may really want a certain feature, but most people don't, or they don't care about it. And you can say everybody wants this, but not a lot of people do. I have a whole video on VoiceOver about.
Guess what, Tim? That's called tastes. You can't cater to everyone's taste, as I've already said.
about that. And there were people who go, I don't care about voiceover. There are people who say I only buy games with voiceover. And there are people who said, yeah, I sometimes don't buy a game because if everything's voiced, I know it's a little rigid. But the flip side of why sales figures may not.
I That's a new one to me. I've never heard that before. Guess that person has a minority opinion. See how easy it is, Tim? Just make the game you think people would like. It doesn't matter if people like it or not. There is so many more people buying games now. You're going to make so much more money if you make a fun game that you like. If you want to go back and dig up the GURPS system and make an RPG off of that, which that's a cool system, by the way. I play some TPT RPGs because that's what you wanted to use for Fallout first, right? You wanted to use GURPS. I know that. So it's just Holly, you've had these complaints for Fallout when they made Fallout 3. You said that, that it's cool that they were able to represent the special system and other things like that in a first person perspective, but you didn't care much for the world because they did that poorly. People would disagree with you. I kind of agree with you on that aspect. But people would disagree with you. And unfortunately, Tim, despite me agreeing with you on that aspect, we are in the minority. I can't. Anyway.
Bear out your opinion is you may not guide your spending based on your beliefs. And this can be knowingly or unknowingly. You may buy a game not knowing you didn't check the reviews and you didn't realize it did this thing you don't like. That would be unknowingly. The knowingly part is when you say you don't want something, but you buy games that have it anyway because they're popular, because your friends are playing it, because it had a couple extra things you did like. Well, guess what? The devs can't figure out what's going on because people said they didn't want this, but the game sold well. One issue is that none of
sales figures do not help make a good game nowadays because there's so many people playing games right now that if you rely solely on sales figures, you're gonna shoot yourself in the foot. That's what's happening now because EA, Ubisoft, and other companies like that, Activision Blizzard too, they relied solely on sales figures as a judgment based on whether the game's good or not, and they ignored reviews. They ignored potential pain points that people had for years. And now they're all collapsing. Ubisoft is going to go under if Assassin's Creed Shadows does not make a shitload of money. Just to really put it into perspective. And you're not isolated from this, Tim. Obsidian's not doing too hot either. And with what I've heard with Avowed and the Outer Wilds or Outer Worlds or whatever too, it's if Avowed doesn't do well, it's probably going to bankrupt your company. Well, maybe not bankrupt because you're underneath Microsoft, but it's not going to look good for your company. So if you don't bang it out with Outer Worlds 2, things are really going to be grim. And I'm talking to you, Tim, since you're also still working on with Obsidian, kind of. And I hope it reaches you, even though I don't think so. This has been, almost 3 hours. Probably cut it down and post. But if you guys don't clean yourselves up, the same thing that is going to happen to, what are they called? Um, well, actually, EA, or not EA, Microsoft just canned a bunch of, not just canned, it was about a couple months, 6 months ago. They canned a bunch of studios that they had. Some of them sold well, you know. Tango Gameworks, one of them, especially. Thankfully, they got picked up by someone else, so maybe they'll make some more games and stuff. But a bunch of good companies made good games. If you're not careful, you'll end up like them too. Well, it doesn't matter so much, you're half retired by now for you, but for Obsidian. And they used to make good RPGs. I don't know what the hell they're doing now. I'm really not looking forward to Avowed. I may try it for the hell of it, but I'm really not looking forward to it. Because it looks like that colorful garbage puke stuff that Concord and Dragon Age Veilguard had. And they were extremely politically heavily leaning on as well. So I'm worried. Anyway.
None of those groups, people who are minority opinion or people whose spending doesn't align with their beliefs, whether knowingly or not, none of those groups are ever going to be well served by big business, by AAA games. And it's because they literally have to go after majority opinion to try to sell better. Occasionally there's a breakthrough where a game that no one expected or ever asked for busts through and everybody loves it. That's rare. And I've talked about with big budgets come less risk. If you have a minority,
That's changing, Tim. That is heavily changing nowadays. Now that the indie market is so strong, people can get any games from anywhere that they want. They don't need to rely on these AAA guys anymore, especially on PC. I could find 17 different Fallout likes if I wanted to, if I looked hard enough, instead of looking for the next Fallout. Just to talk about something that you were worked on. Hell, there's a couple that I can think of off the top of my head. There's Wastelands. And they got two. Actually, no, they're on their third game now. Hell, just there's so many games are so vast now, and with so many people working on them and making them, even as a hobby, I can't even begin to fathom or understand or question these type of things. You know?
minority opinion, or you're somebody who doesn't spend like you talk, take a look at indie games. There's a ton of them. I'm sure there's one for you.
How do I keep bringing up topics before he even talks about them? How? How?
In fact, there are so many games out there, more games than you could ever play. There's more games out there that align exactly with how you want to play games than you could ever possibly purchase or play, and they already exist. So that leads me to the question of why is everybody going online to complain? Because there are a ton of games that you would love.
Because most people are annoyed with what the AAA guys are doing because they keep making cool looking games and advertising them, and they're the most visible, but they keep making dog shit. How, how is it so hard to understand? They're the most visible things out there, but they keep making the worst crap. How is this rocket scientist? More eyeballs equals more complaints because more people will see the dog shit it is. Look at Call of Duty. That's a perfect example right now. Oh my god. I don't even need to explain it.
Love. And the only conclusion I have is that you just like doing it. You just like complaining. And if that's you, that's fine.
I'm going to say it again, one more time. It's much easier to complain than to compliment. Because complaining just requires one emotion, being hatred. To compliment, you need to like it and then be able to process what you like about it and be able to express it. That's a lot more difficult because you need to think a bit. That little bit of thinking makes it harder to compliment. Some things are very easy to compliment, like, oh, hey, it looks pretty, right? But there's other things like, say, a mechanic that you like. Let's go with Dark Souls difficulty, right? It's not difficult for the sake of being difficult. It's built purposefully in a specific way, being how you deal with enemies, how much damage output there is for both you and enemies, how you level up, how your resources are managed, that all tie together to make it difficult. Because if it was just high damage, but everything else was easy, then it'd just be a high damage game, which would be kind of boring. You know, it'd be like running at like a bunch of samurais against each other and dying in one shot. You know, which that kind of sounds actually kind of fun in its own way. But now that I'm talking about it, but the point stands, right? It's a different type of game. You know, and then let's stick to that difficulty thing again real quick, which is a harder thing to complement because it's such a finely crafted thing with buffs and trinkets and all this other stuff that you got to not so much process, but you need to take time to take it all in because it's not just one thing that makes it difficult. So, you know? And I'll be blunt, when I first played Dark Souls and things like that back in the day when it was starting to get popular, I didn't much care for it, to be perfectly honest. But nowadays, I've grown to like it because nowadays even I realize that there's not a lot of difficult games. So I should honestly go back and play all of them, but I've been taking my sweet time with that. So it's one of those things, Tim? It's like every game is built in a specific way with a bunch of interconnecting features that make it for different things. And some of these negative, compliment or not negative compliments, negative I'm brain fried right now because of all the frustration. Some of these negative what's it? Not compliments. I'm thinking crap. Negative whatever the fucks. I'm not even gonna bother thinking about the word, but because of these much more easier to state negative aspects, we'll just say. um, you don't need to think about it because you can immediately feel what makes it suck. And it's again, it's much easier to go, I hate this, wah, than, oh yeah, I like this for this and this. Yeah, because you need to think about the this and this and what makes the thing you like, right? Anyway.
I get it. Just bear in mind, it's not helping you get better games that you want. It would be.
You know what? I'll be blunt, right? Um, there was a game I came across that I rage quit for the sole reason that it had a thing in it because I hated the thing. That it didn't make sense to the setting. It didn't make sense to the lore, the little bit of lore that they said before character creation. It just didn't work. And when you have and in this game you could make custom character portraits if you wanted, right? So you could do whatever you want. Now, I'd argue maybe not put that custom character portrait in because that just again you're making a setting with characters and everything like that. You want to tailor it, yeah, tailor it so it's all within the setting. But if people wanted to go from outside the setting and make something cool, like it was a more medieval type setting and they wanted to make a cyborg type character because why not and use that as their character portrait, like that's a problem with giving too much creativity to the players. You know, it's again, what kind of game do you want to make?
Be far better if you said exactly what it is you want instead of just saying what it is you don't want. And then you have to sit and have that conversation with yourself. Do you even know what it is you want? Do you know what you like?
Well, that's that. Oh, wow. Wow, I can't even. I can't even. I just can't even. I need some angry chips. Wow. That's gonna bother me for a while. I'm gonna need to edit that down for YouTube. Oh man. Wow. You know what? I think I'm gonna take a lunch break and then play a little bit of game. That took way longer than I expected. I thought it was gonna maybe be an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours, but 3.5 hours. Well, minus like 10 minutes at the start there, getting everything ready. Still, that's almost 3.5 hours. Oh my god. Yep, I'm taking a lunch break. I'll be back in a bit. Um, Come on. There we go. Oh boy, oh my, oh me, oh boy. And I'm back. Oh wait, hang on. Um, um, all right. Okay. Everything's all figured out and settled. I am back. Hi, hello. Um, and let's just get another game going. What am I gonna play now? Steam, please. Thank you. Um, what am I gonna play? Let's see. After that frustrating video, those frustrating videos, let's see, something not frustrating and something fun. Mm, let's play. You know what? Let's play Power World. I haven't done that in a while. Let's see what stuff happened. Category. Power World. Done. Let me go to here. It's stream. Oh, and Power World. There we go. Get that back up. Get to gaming. Pal World, right there. Play. Man, I never thought I'd ever get so mad at a video ever. That was an experience and a half. Holy shit. You know. Oh, you're still launching. Oh, come on. Here we go. Nope. Hang on, it's not screen sharing. Just type that. Make screen capture. Nope. Window capture. I want Pal World. Where is it? Oh, Pal. There we go. And then with that, behind everything. Oops. There we go. Alrighty. Just make a little bit more adjustment. Adjustment. There we go. That should be good. No, you can see a bit behind it. I think. Yeah. Actually, no, you were fine there. There we go. Alrighty. Start game. That would be this one. There we go. Egg. Was it? Oh yeah, F. You kick around and help. We have a planting guy. Okay, what house do I have in the base right now? I got water. Yeah, alright, we're good. Stat point, so I'm going to boost. Boost health. Oh, wrong bone. Build menu. I want to... Hot spring. I need pal fluids and wood. Wood's taken care of. So I need pal fluids. Let's get some pal fluids. I need more ammo. Okay. Open. Nope. Open. Oh no! Okay, it's just 2 of them. I should be fine. How do I sphere again? Nope, that was not it. I'm getting buttons. There we go. You okay there, Catavia? Yeah, you're fine. Oh! Okay. Um... Alright, I guess I'm here now. Still go to that. No, wrong button. How much ammo do I have? Yeah, I'm gonna head back to base. That was that was the thing. Do I have any food on me? I do. Okay, I need more arrows. Huh? Oh yeah, the food goes. I made it so the food goes in there. Okay, I need 4 to enhance player stats. No, I don't need the seeds there. No, I'm gonna scrap all the seeds actually. Um, why are you unreachable by my pal? Where is he? I'm gonna respawn him. There we go. What do you mean you're unreachable? You worked before. I guess I'll break it down and rebuild it. Or can I do a move? Assemble. Campfire. Just gonna give plenty of space. There we go, now you can do it. Wait a minute. There we go. Must be a manufactured thing. Yeah, there we go. Alrighty. Let's go out again, and this time not fling myself across the world. Fast travel. Um... I hear Lucky. It's just a chickpea. Oh well, I'll catch it anyway for the Lucky thing. Never mind. You're free! More like under new management. Yeah, the goodies are right here. Just stone. Oh, out of stamina. I got an ancient part, didn't I? Ancient Civ part. Probably. Oh, I need those to build that. Okay. Oh, I got a bunch of tech points. Oh yeah, there's sphere modules now. Okay, I'll do that. Oh yeah, there's ladders now too. Hmm. Oh, may as well just get that. Actually, you know what? I need a couple hot springs, so let's go out and look for water pals. Fox Sparks. Oh hey, Depressos. You bitch. No. Let's get the pelt armor. Evil medicine. And metal pickaxe. What is that? Oh, Nightwing. Oh, I need to go back to base so I can get more spears. Oh, I can only make 2. Okay. Um... Doesn't look like we got any rock. Unless it's in here? Nope. Hmm. Ah! Alright. Oh, there we go. Yeah, before I do that, need some palladium. I need stone. And stone for wood. Yes. Uh, Settings. That'll be my chest. I think I need to make another PAL item chest, though. I'll do that. I want PAL materials. Let me repair my stuff. Need nails and ingots. Need stone. I need Rauk. Oh, there we go. Rauk. Alright. This in here. Ores. Haha, I got 69 spare arrows. Nice. No, I don't. Unfortunate. Yeah, you know what? Oh. Not light enough.
You need for the base upgrade. You need crusher, stone pit, and logging site. You know what? I think I am gonna build those. And crusher. How many do I need for the high quality? I need 10 nails. No, I'm gonna make 2 again, so let's make... Oh! Yeah. Wood. Stone. Let's put ores in here too. Oh, I can make spheres? Or spheres, souls. Meteorite fragment? Okay. There we go. Oh. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna put my pal eggs in this one. Alrighty. Ancient Civ parts are PAL materials, okay. Unless... Yep, alright. Um... Oh, I built the same... Fuck. Nope, not logging site. Fuck, I'm just gonna do it again. There we go. Alright, now let's get more PAL fluid. Oh, you know what? I should probably go there, because if I remember that spot, yeah. Yeah, this area here has a lot of water pals. Oh, Mr. Pengullet. Oh, you jerk. Hi. Oh, I leveled up again. Um... Yeah, let's get more pals. Oh. Oops. Nope, wrong one. Guess he doesn't have enough mining ability to do that. Oh, it broke. Well. Oh. Um. Nope, wrong button. We turn around. Hey! Oh, I can command it to... Mine. Who the fuck are you? Oh, you're a traitor. What do you got? Milk, berries, mind control meds? Mind control meds? Oh, you got pal fluids. Hmm. I don't see nothing worth selling. Oh, there's that alpha chillet. Dancer on the steep. What's that? Ooh. Well, he's dead. um... Ooh, a sphere right there. Um, uh, base upgrade, upgrade. Build a hot spring. I need stone. Big lamb ball. Ah! It's got Dragon Killer as well. Excuse me. All right. There we go. All right. Pound box management. Mining, handiworking, and hauling. Oh, that's a lot of stuff. Logging, handiwork, gathering, planting. Yeah, medicine. I'm gonna swap you with you. Oh, you got Slacker. Never mind. Build high quality workbench. I'm working on that. Build medieval medicine workbench. Deploy a work pal to the base. So I need to upgrade. I need another bed. Just lucky do. Work speed and attack by 15%. He needs a break. Maybe we'll put another monkey on. Monkey! Dainty Eater. Impatient. What does Dainty Eater do? Hunger decreases slower, but that means the sanity will also not work. Active skill cooldown reduction. Oh, that's definitely a buddy one. He's just gonna use the hot tub more, that's all. Alright, I think I'm gonna call the stream here though. I've been going for quite a bit. Alright. Well, I hope you all have a good night, day, morning, wherever you are.